Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Oh, let's fix that volume. How's everyone doing today? Hope you're doing all right. Happy Tuesday. Missed you yesterday. I was asleep. I was just not, didn't have the energy. All right. Think we're pretty good to go. Let's do it. It's kind of like old school. My bit rate's sitting there at like 738 kilobit per second. I did drop the frame rate actually. I don't know if anybody noticed, but I went down to 24. 24. It's not too bad. Oh, yeah, I did forget my glasses. They're in the house. Oh well. No red glasses today. Then I want to check to see audio. Okay, that is set to crisp. Good. I am using crisp. Yeah, they came out with a little widget yesterday, and it seems all right. I'm a little surprised. It actually thinks that my audio is not very loud. I guess I could bump it up, but they definitely go into the red. Here, let me see. Cause crisp. Testing 1 2. Test. Testing. Test. A couple more tests. There we go. How about that? That's in the middle region. That seems okay. If that's not quite right, let me know. We'll adjust it. All right. And one other thing I wanted to fix up. It dawned on me the other day. I was watching Chris's screen, and this screen here, it should have a little bit more on it, like at least the camera, right? So we're gonna copy the camera and toss it on that screen, so we can still have that. Something over here. You know, there's a lot more space up at the top. There we go. Okay, that's better for that screen, don't you think? I think that looks all right. So we should be able to still have something on there while we've got the secret screen up. Let's come back here, and we're gonna pop into this place. I've got Rust Analyzer updating at the moment, so that's gonna be building for another minute or two. And let's talk about what's gonna happen today. So, I did a little investigation last night. And if we look in the package directory, I've dropped the WASM file, the size for this, by over an order of magnitude. Know what the secret was? I did a couple things, but the real secret was getting rid of the regex crate. It produces huge amounts of code. Produces is, you know what I mean. It's just got a lot of weight to it. So I dropped that out of there. But that means that we were going to use that for matching the routes, pulling the routes apart. So we have to come up with a different way of doing that. Oh, shoot, you can't see a thing. My mistake. here, you should be able to see it now. So you can see we're at 50,800 bytes for this. And we could actually make it a little smaller if we turned on some of these optimization levels. Section's grown, so there's that. So I tossed in WeAlloc again to drop a little bit of size, and that does what it says on the box, right? We save, I don't know, what is it, 6 or 7K, because this is 3, the regular one's 10. What else? I did do this here to avoid, yeah, you could avoid panicking here. Or rather, they have this section on avoiding panicking because the panic chain produces a bit of code. You feel like you can barely see me. Oh, here, well, I mean, that's, I mean, I appreciate it. I think the big surprise here is that you came to see me. I didn't think, oh, you got a little puff of my hat coming out from behind the, there we go. We can make that a little bigger too. She'll get like extra large today. We're gonna move this around from time to time. My hat's all rumpled. There. There we go. How am I doing? I'm doing okay. Doing okay. So low energy yesterday. Morning, JT. How you doing? So I tossed this in there. That dropped it a little bit. I think if we change the cargo file here, and we toss on like this, sacrifice code speed for code size, and do a WASM pack build. Actually, if we do a WASM pack build release, oh, what is this? Oh, wrong directory. There we go. That's better. Oh wow, it actually went up at 52. Did I save? Did I save that file? All right, well, regardless. That's supposed to make it faster. Or, excuse me, smaller. See, that doesn't feel right. Let's nuke that. Not having regex in there makes it compile faster too. All right, but what we were talking about was dropping the size of this. Okay, but it's still less than a quarter, 3/4 of a megabyte, which is fantastic. Thank you. We absolutely need that emoticon. Ah, thank you. All right, we got it. Thank you. Thank you, Crimp. Thank you, Black Tomcat. So what we're trying to do is come up with a system where we can map routes because we have some sort of event coming in from Cloudflare. And we know that this is a request because of how we're setting this up. Oh, yes, we should do a lip sync day. I mean, I've heard this song like 100 times. I have no idea what the words are, though. Um, so we want to map some sort of route, some path here to a function. It goes all right, Commander. How you doing? Yes, good morning, good morning. So instead of doing it this way and using regular expressions to be able to map something like a user ID, right, like this, we're going to be using macros kind of like I've actually been looking into how Rocket does it. And it's interesting. This is where they generate their wrapper function. So we're going to do something similar, but not as full featured as theirs. We're going to do something very, very similar. And let's say this is get admin user, right? We would have something like this. Admin slash user slash user ID, right? We're going to work up something like this. So we have a wrapper function generated. So admin users will actually be called from within something else that does all the matching, that does the expansion, etc. So that we end up having something like user ID or star like that. And then the request coming in. So this is what we're going to work towards. And then down in here, we'd have some other setup, but it wouldn't look quite like this. But we would have routes, and then we would specify the order. So first we'd have admin users or admin user, etc. That would create some sort of object that we would then pass the URL and the event into. Oh, you've been having sleep problems again. Oh, Commander, that sucks. That sucks. Apart from that, you're okay. Well, that's good. EU Lisp Symposium. Ooh. That sounds exciting. Understanding the Twitch API is pure madness. Yeah. I agree. I agree. So this is the direction that I want to go in. We're not there yet, though. So gonna leave that like so. So it compiles. I want this to compile for a bit. And I've set up a mimeograph code gen setup. And we'll be doing our work in here today. You hated at least one talk because, oh, I don't know where this is useful. Why talk then? Oh, yeah, yeah. That's pretty cool. It didn't go so well. Oh, that sucks. So I've got a test harness set up. All right, we're using try build, I think. Yeah, try build. This is a Detolne creation. Got some proc macros set up. Pulling in quote and sin. And before we get into that, this is what we're trying to build out. Right? We want some sort of wrapper that can take an HTTP request and actually deal with it. Trying to do that sort of mechanical, remembering that that I'm muted. So when I'm trying to mute, I touch the mic stand. I did go so far as to recognize new followers. Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. Using Python, which has tons of libraries, including for Twitch. Half of them are out of date. The other half only does chatbots like Nightbot. Yeah. And then there's the old Twitch API, the new Twitch API, and the Twitch IRC API. Now, yeah, there's a great crate that we've been using. Can't believe I tried doing it myself, but that one is just fantastic. All right, gonna be doing something like this. Like it's working. I touch the mic, mute myself, unmute myself so I can let go of the mic. All right, I'm going to fill this out a little bit more. For this, we're going to add HTTP to the dev dependencies. We're going to add HTTP dev. There. Now we have HTTP. We can use that in our tests. So inside of here, yeah, how are we going to do that? Well, let's set it up so we get kind of the base idea going. I at least want the types to be correct. Whether or not this is actually correct and we run it, I want the types to be correct. So we like request equals, I don't know, Baz. Now, was there a simpler one of those? Oh, here we go. HTTP. Modules. Request. Builder. URI. Yep. I thought they had some functions on here. Is there no function? Oh, here. That returns a builder. Okay. So no need for the builder on there. We just call get. Body is empty. Okay. First things first. Let's fix the wrapping. We could go to there. That's okay. Just bump the font size down a touch. We want routes, and we want to be able to say, first we want foo bar baz. Going to pass a function there, like so. We'll process the request. And this should be an HTTP response, or at least a result to an HTTP response. Okay. So this is what I'm thinking. Do something like that. We could have, another one. Hmm. Let's make that a type. Then we'll have the request. And this one here, because it doesn't have any request parameters, should be just... We want to avoid allocations in here too, because it's going to be going through each one of these until it finds someone it wants. Okay. So a couple things in here that we don't have. Get does exist, and it doesn't do anything yet. We also need routes. So let's go create a routes. That we're going to be looking at some of the macro instructions for this as well. Function like macros. Proc macro. We take a token stream. Okay. Function. And this was going to be routes. I think we usually call it like input. All right. This is, of course, not correct. This is in here. This here is very, very similar to the way that Rocket does it. Heavily inspired, we shall say. Okay. Now, this should fail. Then we'll get it to work. Then we'll get it to fail again, right? Just do our little test-driven development for proc macros. Yeah. Request not found in the scope. Fine. Yeah, we'll do that. Same thing for response. For now, we'll just be explicit. Anything else in there? Request. Expected one type argument. Oh, yes, in this case, they want to know what the body type is. And we don't have a body type. There's a response builder. Modules. Response. Body type? Apple or pear? It's funny. All right, so response builder, we could set the status on that if we want. Probably not important. And then we just call .body on it. Hello world. So we definitely want to get this working. We'll have to put this into sort of okay. I feel like we need some sort of result type here. Let's add that mod error result. The reason we do this is really to define the error type, isn't it? Okay. We'll match self here. Okay. And we have to return some sort of result. We don't have any error types yet. So yeah, when I was looking at how to keep the code size down, it actually told me to avoid the format macros. So what are the alternatives here? So what is F here? F is a standard format formatter. It implements write. Let's go look at write, actually. So we could just write the stir, and that would work. Oops. There we go. Let's comment on this. Yeah. Now result should work. Right, now we have a proper result. Ah, bummer. Proc macro crate types currently cannot export any items other than functions tagged with proc macro derive, or proc macro attribute. That's fine. It doesn't have to be public. Oh, but our error type. Ugh. That means we can't have the error type. That's unfortunate. Um, HTTP has a generic error, but it's not going to be all that helpful. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what type this should be. Other than something like a, I don't know. We might have to come up with something else there. Oh, it finished. Good. Good, good. There we go. All right. Should be able to keep stuff on the screen now. Okay, so we have to figure out the return type. Well, specifically the error for the return type. If everything's okay, it's a response. If there's an error, there's some kind of error. Is there a no standard error library? I've been wanting to try this one. Comparison to failure. All right, and what can we do here? See, this would still be, we need some other crate for providing the error. Either that or we make these types generic. Because yeah, the macro stuff doesn't actually need to know what the error is unless it's trying to create its own errors. Are we going to add errors? Ooh, that's a good question. I would say yes. I wonder, is that what Rocket did? What are their dependencies? Here's Rocket CodeGen. This is their macro stuff. What are their dependencies? Index map quote Rocket HTTP. Yeah, they ended up using this probably for the HTTP types, but maybe for errors? I'm not seeing it. Okay. Oh, they have URI error. Not too much though. All right. Let's close down some of these. Need that. That will leave open. This here is some of the GD native proc macro work that we did. Proc macro workshop, try build, devise. Devise is interesting. Devise, let's see, let's go to devise. Has no readme, right? But if you look at the documentation, it re-exports proc macto, quote, and sin, which is like you always grab these three when doing proc macro work, unless of course you can't. And then there are some extra little, traits and structs. But its dependencies for these are old. All of these reached 1.0 already, and this over 2 years old. But look at this, like a lot of people are using this. So interesting. Close, close. Bear with me for a moment. What's this one? Okay. Yeah, I even considered what if we used nom for this? All right. That's pretty good. All right. Got those cleaned up. Let's keep going. And this thing is just so neat. All right. Back to the code. So we're going to be dealing with functions. So we'll be parsing the function. We've got some sort of return type, which we don't know what it is yet. Let's create one here. Type result for t is equal to give it a test. See if our types at least match up. Oh, what's this? Variant is never constructed. Other. Ah, yes. Let's get rid of that since we can't have that. Can't have that. That one we might be able to have. We'll add that back when we want it. Delete that. Okay. One more time. Missing generics for struct response. Oh, yes, yes. Wrong window. Where's our test? Here. So in this case, the request had nothing there, and this return type had string? Because it needs to be owned. Ooh, and what are we going to do for return types here? So we already figured this out, didn't we? So we needed some sort of canonical return type for this. Because yes, what if this is returning something that does not have a body? Could we even do that? Probably not. We know that we want to use it with Cloudflare stuff. So we decided to use readable stream. So maybe in all cases, could do something like that. Because they all have to be the same. I say that because of this here. When we get down into building out the routes, we'll want to be able to go to that route first, followed by this route. Right, so it's going to, this would be the order that they match in. But because we do process, this return type here is the same for all of them. I have a feeling that'll be eventually abstracted out with some sort of enumeration. At least in our library. Here it doesn't matter because this should be, this shouldn't know what kind it is. Okay. One more paren there. There we go. Formatting kicked on. Oh, what's it complaining about? Oh, nothing. Yes. Let's go fix that. Wait, they're saying it ignores token comma and any following. Oh, this is more of a macro rules, isn't it? Huh. Because if we come back here, can you export macro rules? I guess we are. Now we're using a macro rules. But proc mac attribute, proc macro, and derive. Those were the three that you could actually have in a crate like this. So how is this ignoring that that yes. Function like macros take a token stream parameter and their definition manipulates the token stream using a Rust code as the other two types of a procedural macro do. Oh, as the other two types, yes. The ones that they list above. But why is this saying that ignores it? All right. Mismatched types. Found enum. Result. Expected response. It says that's in line 7. Seems okay to me. Yeah, that seems okay. Expected response found result. Oh, because we have to unwrap that. Because maybe it wasn't able to build that. So what does that actually return? Because we could just do this. Right? Then it's not going to be the right type. The error type's going to be wrong. So yes, we know this one. Good. Well, we don't know how to solve that yet. And then this one. Oh, that should be map error. My mistake. There we go. Map error. Once again. Oh, good. Okay, so those are gone. No method named process found for this. Yes, we didn't do that yet. Because what is routes? Routes is just a function. Let's come in here. Let's do something with routes. We want to be able to take a number of tokens here. Each one should be a function. So let's look at sin. Or sin. Not that one. Mimeograph, yep. Close num. Did I get rid? I got rid of it, didn't I? Hey, C-Kane. How you doing? We are working on having um actually we should probably put that on there today. I'm just gonna do this in drop that down a little bit. Let's create a little text block here. What are we working on today? Today, almost. Today, that's huge. Okay, first off, we are working on give that a save. Let's make this much, much smaller. Ooh, that looks horrible. There we go. Is that coming across like as really ugly? it looks it looks bad on my screen. Hold on. Yeah, it's okay. It's not great. What's our font size on this? Oh, 256. Let's go with like a 32. That's gross. Maybe that might be gross. Let's see. Let's see it on screen. Whoa, it's tiny now. Okay. I can't even click on it. Almost there. That's still too iffy. Let's bump up the font to like 72. Oh, that looks cleaner. Drop it down a touch. See, the filtering, the resizing here is actually pretty bad. All right. So here's sin. Now, with sin, we want to be able to pull in multiple elements. How do we do that again? Let's come back up to their documentation. Data structures derives parsing. See, it'd be really nice to be able to use something like this. Parse macro input. Input as derive input, but then we have to create some sort of list. Do they? What sort of structure do they have here? Yes. They have so many types here. All right, let's see if we can find one that would match what we want. I want a list. List. There was something up here. Expression array. He numbs. Oh, wow. So we want basically a list of literals. So macro delimiter, group token that's surrounded by macro. No. Meta list. A structured list within an attribute like derive, copy, clone. How do they, how's this implemented? Yes, a path, then nested, punctuated. Ooh, punctuated. Was punctuated in that list? It's a module. All right, so let's try this. We're going to try parse macro input with input as punctuated. We need some sort of type on here. Okay. Now, what does punctuated have? And where is this? Sin. Okay. Oh, it's in punctuated. And what did punctuated want? A T and a P. So we want, I think, literals. Although it could be path. We might want path separated by type P. So yeah, path segment. I think we want path separated by token, comma. Oh yes, and where does token come from? Oh, does punctuated not support parse? Oh. Oh, they don't. All right, so we have to implement something that does support parse. Okay, where's parse? Where's the parse trait? Or actually, let's intended usage. So you create your struct, implement parse for that. You get a parse stream, and you return a specific type. And I'm thinking that we should be able to call punctuated parse on that, because I think I saw something in there for that. So let's create this. Struct routes. I don't know what we want in there yet. Parse parse. Okay. Actually, I don't like that one. It should be in here twice. I don't know why. Huh. Oh well. And this is, what do we call this? Input? It's a parse stream. See, in this case, they call it a parse buffer. It expands to this. So token stream from that to compiler error. Taking a parse stream and return a result where some t is some syntax tree node. Underlying these parser functions is a lower level mechanism built around the cursor type. Okay. Once parse symbols have been defined, they can be called conveniently from the procedural macro. So yeah, this is basically what we're trying to do. Yeah, parse stream. I wonder why I did that. Oh, sure, let's tokens or input. And in this case, we get a parse stream, return a result self. Send parse stream. Can we do that there? Oh, I can't do that in the input like that. Now the error here is result self. Where is their result? It's just a sin result. Okay. And arguably, we just want kind of this, where we have some sort of field. Well, for us, it's going to be a path, I think. Where is field? Field's at the top level, but we probably want path. Yeah, let's fill this in now. We're not using a look ahead here. Oh, that's for item. Well, for item struct. So we're returning our structure, calling input.parse on each of the elements. We don't need brace because we're not actually doing that stuff. Parse terminated. All right, and we should be able to do some sort of bit with punctuated there. And this one's interesting. Content you have to have outside of this because of the code that's generated for braced. I think technically we're not going to have a brace token. But how do we do this if we don't have a brace? Interesting. Let's look at punctuated. Parse terminated. There's no documentation for these. Wow. Why? Hmm. Okay. Parse separated non-empty. Parse separated non-empty with. Parse terminated. Parse terminated with. And that seems very, very similar to this. Parse terminated. Hmm. Let's just try it. See, but we don't have braced. So in our case, we just have. Let's go to the test. From what I understand, we will simply not there, not there. We will simply be getting these values. We don't actually get the values on the outside. Here, let's take a peek at Rocket. How did you do this, Rocket? Go to source, lib. See, here's their gets, right? We're doing something similar to this. And then we want routes. How are they parsing those? Oh, there it is. So bang, routes macro. Bang, mod, routes macro. Prefixed vector, input and rocket route. Interesting. Interesting. And the vector here is built up using prefixed vec. Prefixed vector. They get a token stream. Here, punctuated, path, comma, parse terminated. Okay, so they don't even do that stuff. They just pass the input map error to syn to diagnostic. Is that provided by syn or is this something that they did? Oh, synext. There's a synext. There is. Human friendly or editable extension for syn. Who's dependent on this? No crates. That doesn't seem reasonable. I mean, we just saw. Here, do I have the wrong one? ext. All right, what was the function that we're calling? This was syn to diagnostics. No, it's not in there. So where are they getting this synext thing? And what does that even do? Who knows? All right, well, anyhow, this is their parse. Punctuated path, comma, and they just parse the input there. Prefix with the last segment into each path with prefix. The last segment in each path with prefix. Oh, I see. Yes. They're creating. Okay. Expect that syn path has segments. Last segment, value mutably ident. Says prefix. Prefix is at the front, which is route struct prefix. Okay, so that's just some sort of token that they're putting at the beginning of each of these. So the user provides their functions. They get this list, and the list could be, fully qualified paths to a function. Then they prefix the function part of the path, right, the last element, with route struct prefix, whatever this comes out to be. Now, so let's say you do that. Return a vector of the prefixed mapped paths. I wonder why you would want to prefix these. No, well, you're not going to be calling them directly. You're actually going to be calling the wrapper functions. So the wrapper functions are then using the route struct prefix. Huh. Okay. Uh, Rocket Core Cogen. We'll come back to this in just a moment. Before I start pilfering too much code from this, what's the license on this? MIT and Apache? Okay. Where does this come from? Is this top level? Like route struct prefixes coming from here, here? Oh, there it is. Static rocket route info for blah. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm gonna grab from here to here. Let's call that routes. Crate function. What is this? Why would they have a crate? Huh, that's new to me. Why do they need that crate there? Ooh, a mystery. Because this isn't a. Is this a visibility thing? Let's link this file. Let's do it under those. Mod routes. Okay, get rid of that. Get rid of this. In here, we will call that. Okay. This is going to be from. Yeah, that should be a. I think this is sin path. Okay, let's get our types correct down here. Now, what type of token stream is this? This is a proc macro token stream. Oh, no, token stream 2. Okay, they're doing the common thing where use proc macro token stream and then use proc macro 2 token stream 2. Okay. Use sin path. Punctuated. Comma. Where's comma? Restart COC after adding that dependency. Isn't on the root. Is that in punctuated? Okay, where is comma? Token, comma. Oh, create visibility modifier is experimental. Could just have done that. That's not experimental. I wonder if the two are different. All right, we don't have that or that. What else do we need? Quote span. It's going to be out of quote. Quote. Yes. And then just quote. Yes. Oops. All right, now if we came back to the rocket code, what kind of result are they using? Devise result. Diagnostic, and diagnostic comes from proc macro diagnostic. Why would they use it out of here? Is it the same problem we were having earlier? No. That was proc macro diagnostic. 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 I sense a new presence among us. Hey, Leonardo DiCaprio. Thank you for the follow. We normally don't have such celebrities following us. Oh, this should be a standard result. There we go. And it's unstable. Well, do we use nightly for this? COVID took down Hollywood. You need a new job, so you're learning to code. Well, welcome. Welcome. Happy Tuesday. Why would you choose Rust? Here, I want to see what this does, because we might go nightly just for this. Yeah, in use by Rocket Diesel Mod and Sin. Rust is hard and you're a noob. You prefer JavaScript. I do JavaScript for my day job. Yeah, absolutely. Banana greater than 2 returns false. Mm-hmm. What's that website? WTF JavaScript. Oh, what is this? Oh, that's funny. Yeah, the what talk. Yeah. A equals C. B equals C. A equals B false. Oh, that's so funny. I could go through that forever. Okay, what's the current status of this? March 24th. Who's this stranger on the screen? I know, I forgot my glasses. I mean, it looks like they're still making progress on this. And, I mean, diagnostic would be nice. If we look at here, I think I'd looked at that before. It's been like this forever. But being able to set levels, set span, set error message, all this stuff does give very nice error messages. How's everyone doing today? Happy Tuesday. Yeah. Let's just go ahead and do it. We'll do it. What is it? Rust up, override. Maybe? Yeah, override. All right. If we're using nightly, we might as well get the latest one. Interesting. It was missing Rust format for a couple of those. Hmm. Uh, yeah, we're doing all right. Doing all right. Good. Yeah, we don't have that. I wonder what they were getting that. There's no token stream 2 in the root? Okay. as token stream 2. Like your previous message isn't showing on the screen. I'm seeing all of them. All right, so we need our result here. So what we were doing there was lib result. We're tossing that in there. How do we get COC to use nightly? I thought it would use whatever we were using in the config. Rust, COC, nvim, nightly. I see. So in the config, yes, COC settings, we can set Rust client channel to be one of those. Uses the same channel as your current open project, default null. So it should use nightly then. Uh, oops, I forgot the colon. All right, so that's actually not an error then. Let's undo this. So I think it was doing the right thing. Load it up again, lib. Okay. Now, where were they getting that other little bit of code? Result, Darwin. Where is CineXT coming from? Code gen, cargo. It's not in there. Source. Ah, CineXT. There it is. Why serverless? And what sort of web app are we making? We're basically doing like a WordPress, or what do they call it? Like Quicks, um, sort of web app. So it's a website builder web app, but we want it to be serverless. So basically, the tool is serverless, and then also the websites after the fact are serverless. And at the moment, we're working on the router. Part of this is keeping the code size down. So we're not using regular expression because that added 700 kilobytes of size, and then also speed. Right? If we can pre-compile a bit of this, then that'll make the WASM workers on the Cloudflare Edge servers actually run faster, reducing cost. Yeah, this. Okay, this is old. We're not using devise sin. We'll just use sin. Sin ext here. Oh yeah, absolutely. Ask away. Please interrupt. Okay, those are good. That's there. I think we could put these up here above the rest. Just have to be careful because any sort of macros need to be kind of in order. Okay, some of this will probably get stuffed into route. Like this stuff here. Oh, they must currently reside in the root of the crate. Yes, yes, yes. Fine. All right. So that has to exist up here. All right. Let's say a particular noob is somewhat dedicated. Do you think 6 months of study making projects is enough to land a junior remote position in web dev? It depends on the company. It really does. Yeah, kind of the company and your background. I So is it 6 months in total? Like you knew nothing about software before the 6 month period? I don't really see that as like a noob question. I think it's just like general sort of advice. How to Google is a learned skill. I like it. Um, I mean, I think there's a chance. I really do. And as I said, it depends on the company. Right? Because if you're doing web dev stuff, I mean, we had somebody at our current place that just kind of jumped the gap between QA and development. And they were doing the same thing, kind of self study. I don't know, my hat's just not comfortable today. Emits okay. SynPath doesn't have a span. I sense a new presence among us. Good morning. How do you pronounce this? Achism? Good morning. Ah, control game. Yeah, we're not working on that today. Oh, and why isn't that running? Oh, just a moment. Let's go wake up Capitan. Oops, wrong one. Source. Capitan. This should have been running. I missed it. There we go. It should be working now. There we go. And there's a number of different elements, the options in there. Captain Typo. You think they win at Twitch usernames? Cat Pain Typo. That is funny. Let's give this a cargo check. Let's see. Yeah, we don't have that. Oh, that's a private module. Is it just proc match? Where's diagnostic then in standard? Oh, it's top level. Yeah, right there. In routes. What line? Oh, source lib. My mistake. I was looking up here. All right, source lib. There. Okay, that's fixed. Yep, same thing. I think that's the same error. Okay, let's try that again. Let's do that. I love how the compiler errors are just so helpful. Very helpful. They're like, hey, you can see this if you want history. Otherwise, do this. It's gorgeous. It's very nice. Yeah. Yeah. Now just 4 errors. I'll bet these are part of the ext things in that other crate that we're not using. Because this is, let's say, value mutable. So in over here somewhere, not in sin. I'll look at derive again. Devise, that's it. Do they even have that? Or is this just an old version? Punctuated pair. See, that's not a pair, that's a path segment. Your goal is to be okay at the MERN stack in another 4 months. Some Docker, Vim, Tmux, and Python on the side. That's a big list. I don't know if I would say, hey, you must learn Vim. I mean, maybe if you're doing like sysadmin stuff, because Vim's all over the place. But in terms of like editors and stuff like that, I would say pick one and get good at it. Just get really good at one editor. It's tea time. Let's pour some tea. I don't want to splash the mic. It does get a little splashy. Okay. I don't want that covered yet. It's too hot. I'll let that cool down a bit. All right, so where are these coming from? No method named value immutable for path segment in the current scope. What's the wrong one? See, I think this was from sin. I think it's a sin path. Derive or full feature. I don't think we did that. Cargo. Is it by default full? Derive. Where's sin? Here's sin. Path. See, it doesn't have the mutable options here. You just want to be able to use it? Sure. And there's some great kind of tutorials for Vim. And my kids actually enjoyed was it Vim Adventures? I think it's this one. Actually, I should have checked the link beforehand. And this one, like you get so far and then you gotta pay for it. Well, that one's fun. There's Vim Tutor, and that's just a command line thing. So Vim Tutor's good too. Now we were looking at this up here. It's saying that last segment value mutable. What is that type? This here. Which type is path? Sin path. Interesting that it's self-sin path. Oh yeah, and today we're actually working on the that up there. Proc macros for routes. PhD horrible. Uh-oh. I lost the cap. I need to pick that up. Be right back. All right. Um, so we're currently creating a router for use with WASM and Cloudflare's web workers. So I'm trying to keep code size down. Prefer doing things at compile time as opposed to runtime. Because in the free plan, you get 10 milliseconds to do whatever you want. Not quite, but yeah, enough. So it looks like they're using path from here. And their path has last segment. Oh, path.segments. Last mutable. I wonder if the type actually changed. Path, segments. And it's punctuated. Last, it's right here. Method is not found in exclusive reference to path segment. Value mute. Oh. Wait, that says last mute. I don't see value mute in here. Is it one of the traits? Not that I recognize. Okay, so this is because they're using an older version of sin. So what is the intention here? In this case, we have a path segment. We're trying to put something at the beginning of the last thing in the path. So in this case, a path is going to be equal to something like, let's say, create, colon, admin, colon, render admins, right? And that's going to be passed in. So a path would be all of these. Right? This whole thing over here is a path. And what this is trying to do is come in here and add a prefix right here, like foobar, right? Whatever the prefix here. So if that's that, I mean, they do have last mute, which they're calling. Okay, so last mute is called. And what does that return? That returns a path segment. Let's look up path segment. And a path segment has nothing. Path arguments. Ident. Huh. Is that what this is? See, that's just re-exported from Sin. And this doesn't have it either. So where were they getting this value mute? That function doesn't exist. So which trait is that coming in from? IdentTxt? Maybe. No, it's still in the browser. That's... doesn't look like it. What else could it have been? I mean, path, but that's not going to be it. Self-syn path. I mean, is it some magic in here? Source. Where's syn coming in? I just see syn.ext. Let's go back one. I don't see it up here. Yeah, no, it's not there. Too much thought going into that. All right. Pretty well. Let's see. Today, well, let's check. I think I had 2 minutes of downtime in the last 12 hours. Yeah, still the same. So 2 minutes kind of sprinkled here and there. Today we're running with a 3-second buffer using some software we wrote. But other than that, it's pretty good. And the speed is just fantastic. Let's see what we got here. I mean, before I had 4. Oh, it hit 210 there. Did you see that? It was 210 was the max. Yeah, plus whatever anybody else is doing. So, yeah, let's run it one more time. See, it does vary depending on where the satellites are. But I think I've hit close to 300 doing an OS update or something like that. It's actually really good. All right. Yeah, this plus the stream. Then it looks like it was actually having a little bit of an issue as we were doing that. So, kind of a weaker signal currently. So, but still better than what I had before and costs half as much. So this was on a pair previously, or it's on a pair. So in their code, this must be returning a pair. Where was it? Here. So segments last mutable. Okay. Yeah. The documentation here is lacking. Based in the US? Yeah, I'm in the Pacific Northwest. You're excited for Starlink? Yeah. It's really working out well for me. All right. I mean, it used to be a little choppier, when they had fewer sats, but it's been good. All right. So we're not really getting documentation on these. Let's see. Can we jump into this? Mutably borrows the last element in the sequence. That seems useful. And what is pairs mute? See, I think previously it was doing this, then giving you the last pair. So in our case, we get the last segment, and that's mutable. Why can't we just say we want to set the ident on it? In this case, ours path segment. It has an ident. It's mutable. Just ident.prepend. There we go. You're paying 8 USD for 750, 750 unmetered. Yeah. Ow. That sounds lovely. All right, so we fixed that. Kind of upgrading it. Here, quote span, path has span into. What is this here? What's our type? It's a path. And does path doesn't have a span anymore? I thought they were all supposed to have spans. Here. Traits, span. What's it implemented on? Fields. And it's on T, where 2 tokens. Oh, does proc macro have one? Structs, enums, traits, multi-span. See, we could get the. So, token stream. How do we create a span from a token stream? Start, end, error, join, mixed. What were they doing again? I sense a new presence among us. Into token stream. Get the iterator. Oh. Make it the call side. So if you have something, you return the span. tt.span. Interesting. Oh, and thank you for the follow, PhD Horrible. Oh, and it looks like Mitch froze. We didn't work on Mitch today. That's our stream glitter. Oh, let me restart Mitch. We got the confetti all over. You were wearing a sweater the other day. It was 20C. No. This span here, trade span, this fix me here suggests that there's one coming in proc macro. I didn't see one. Oh, what is this? It says on diagnostics. Spans. Okay, no, that's not it. Spammity spam. Is it multi-spam? Yeah, it's on vector or slice of spans. Huh. All right, well, we're gonna reappropriate some more code. Toss this in here. All right. Span.join. Most has fantastic macros. It's just they're very slowly um, producing features for it. They're very, very cautious, and I really like that. It must be very difficult to like have something and to be using something and to be holding it back, saying, "No, you can't have this. We're not sure if it's right yet." And that's tough. That's hard to do. Okay. Now we just need something here and route struct prefix where we were. So we should end up having a vector of these. It's kind of nice. I like that. Um, where are we going? Oh, that's right. That's right. We need that constant. I want to see what type the constant is. Imagine it's just a string. Yeah. Okay. That's all it is. Guess that's going to be mapped up with something else somewhere. Const. Hmm. Yeah, why not? Static route info 4 is fine. All right. Now this here, this little bit at the end, the rocket route, where is that getting used? So it's the type there. So it's of type rocket route. Ah, and this vector here, prefix map error, unwrap or else. So if it can't do it, it's just a vector. Oh, lighting seems weird. It could be actually. Give me the camera settings. That and I normally don't have this up this large. I think this is usually like a 640, 480. So I think it stretches a little too much if I make that too large. Um, looks like I have jaundice. Yeah, it's just off today. Oops, wrong button. Um, hmm. I wonder why. Let's see. Camera default. Huh. Yeah, no, I understand what you mean. It's not taken as an insult at all. Satellite internet causes liver disease. That's right. Those Ka waves is bombarding us from space. Oh, you guys are funny. Yeah, I see what you mean. Let's see. Where's my little? I can. I got a little remote here. Let's see. Looks like it's because it's set on like the brightest white settings currently. Here, we'll make it warm. It's got full warm light. I don't know. The camera seems to do whatever it wants. All right, now we don't have a type for this. Oh, yeah, yeah, my video's twitching now. Absolutely. There. It's done. That's what you get for calling me jaundiced. Just twitch. Actually, that's what my kids call it when I come out here and stream. They say, "Are you twitching?" So so this is basically creating a vector of these types, but I don't have that type available, and I don't think we're going to be creating this type. So we need to have some sort of mimeograph core, like yet another crate. Hmm. Maybe I should move this all into like the same workspace. That'd make it easier. All right, let's do that. We're gonna create a workspace. Okay, close that there. Um, cargo new mimeograph. I don't know. It's like parts mimeograph thing. Works. I don't know because we could call it mimeograph. Then inside we would also have mimeograph. Okay, let's do that. All right, there's mimeograph. Move dot dot slash mimeograph cogen to here. Okay, cargo new parts. It's a machine. Get it? It's a library. Okay, now we need say. Okay, good. Good. No Vims lurking. Not Ta. Mol. Workspace. Is that how we do this? Cargo. Rust. Workspace. The Vims, yeah. No Vim. Oh. Huh. Ah, workspace members. That's what we want. Oh, oh that's better. NeoVim. Thank you. So inside here we will have mimeograph. Mimeograph cogen. Code gen. And parts. What this means that we also have to take some of the pieces out of here and put them up high. See, I think some of this isn't. We'll have to see. Okay. Let's see. Will this work? Looks like it. It looks like we're also going to have target in a different place, etc. So we should probably do a clean in the subdirectories. Ah, yes. Rust up. Override nightly. What? Oh, set nightly. Okay. A little better. There we go. So let's set up the editor there. Now, we have route or router here. We have things like match parts, results, yada yada. We've got a route here. That thing's got to go away. Let's open up parts. Pub, struct, route. Something simple so that we can have mimeograph code gen use that. Dependencies. Oh, no. Parts. Okay. Toss some spaces in there. Make it look pretty. Good. Sort it. Now we go back and where were we? We were inside of routes. Here at the bottom. Okay. We're going to be producing things of that type. Okay. Good. I sense a new presence among us. Have you seen? Good morning. And how are you doing? Actually got some over here. Tell a bad joke. So you can tell one if you want. It's gonna be clean. But it could be bad, like punny, right? What did one say to another? You stay here. I'll go on ahead. Da-dunch. All right, so we should be able to test this. What is this? Oh, Bash. Actually, it's Zeesh. Yeah, we got Zeesh there. Okay, that's gonna do a test. So let's review. We're creating this macro. Okay. It's gonna put a prefix on it. It's gonna have a vector of these types actually returned. It's gonna have a prefixed vector returned. Then eventually we will iterate over those. However, this is the type, this is the vector. One thing that I'm missing here is, what are they saying the actual type is that is being returned here? So here, quote span, type from path. And so we have the paths, and then it gets wrapped in a vector. I don't know that I want to do it this way, though. And that's interesting. I want to do a little bit more compile time. I like the idea of having the basically a list of routes, but I don't know about having this type here. I'd be okay with a set of functions, actually, or prefixed functions. All right, let's see how that builds. Yeah, that's not found in that scope. That's fine. Not found in the scope. Good. And that's expected because we don't have anything else actually generating that. So let's go fill that in. That's going to be in CodeGen lib. So here. Now in this case, they're doing this route attribute thing, passing the method in, which comes from the proc macro back here, then the args and the input. So we're going to wire this up to route. So we have our route module up there. And there's that. That doesn't exist yet. Okay. Basically, we're creating a trimmed down version of the rocket router, and we're going to be modifying it a bit. So go back to source, attribute, mod. There's route. Route. So this is the route structure. Attribute functions, segments, and inputs. I wonder why the tuple here. The first ident is ident, as the user wrote it, while the second ident is the identifier that should be used during code generation, the rocket ident. Huh. Interesting. Parse route. Nope, not yet. Where is it? Clear. Ah, here we go. Coming down into it. This here. Give me a sec. Right back. False alarm. No, in their case, let's see. M can be nothing. And I saw this. I wasn't sure if I wanted to do the same thing. where you could have a route that didn't specify what the verb was. I don't think we want to do that at this point. So it's always going to be an HTTP method. We can actually say that here. Oops, wrong one. Route. This one. Oh, function. Route. Attribute. And we should probably do that. Oh, followed by 2 token streams for args and input. I imagine this wants to return a token stream. Yes, it does. I thought this had... Oh, it doesn't have HTTP. Well, it should. Yeah, there it is. All right, there's that. No, in our case, we'll always be going with sticks and token stream new. That's neat. Toss that on there too. Yeah, we know that's unreachable. That's cool. Now, incomplete route. Route. Passing everything through again, but at this point, it's a token stream 2. Who did the conversion? Ah, right there. Interesting. Why would we convert that there? Args. So we get the method string. Should be a way of getting this span. Huh. Create a new identifier using the method span and the stir. That identifier, say, then they have the function, which is the parsing the input. Yes, that should be an item function. We're just calling parse on that. It knows that type. I don't see them using the try operator anywhere, so nothing's erroring out yet. Oh, here. Yeah, can only be used on functions. We have a route attribute. Path, data, format, and rank. Interesting. Where does rank come from? Method attribute dot rank. See, path, data, format, and rank. I don't know that I'm going to have all of that. All right, let's come back up here. So we've got attributes here. From meta. Interesting. Where does from meta come from? From devise? Wait. Oh, no, we want the docs. There's quite a bit going on there. See, I thought there was a different way to get this info. Um, Here we go. Here's the route attribute function index set. Yes, that's interesting. I was looking at that earlier. I saw that it had this dependency, and I wasn't sure what it was used for. Non-static parameters declared in the route segments. Oh, I see. Interesting. That's what they're using that for. And segment? What is a segment? Attribute segment. I see. Hmm. Attribute and function, yes. So let's parse out what we want. Same sort of thing here. Okay. Just gonna go ahead and pull some of this up a little further. Uh, use proc macro 2, token stream as token stream 2. There we go. Oh, we definitely want the method. Why are they creating this full attribute? Args. Do they create that and then parse it? Because they're using the same thing for both sides. See, I don't think I want to do that. That's interesting, though. See, Span has stuff for this. Um, or Sin does. Their giant list of things here. Yeah. An attribute like this. So you have path and you have tokens. And we should be able to do that. Get the tokens here. And then for this, for us, this is just going to be a string that we'll have to parse out. How do we get a parse stream again? Where do parse streams come from? The type. Oh, it's a parse buffer. Ah, that makes sense now. Okay. Let's look in the parse module. Yeah, so you give your type here. So sin parse with your type, input unwrap. Well, we're not going to be unwrapping. So what is our type going to be here? It's for args. Actually, I don't know what the args are here. What are args? Will that fail for us? Oh, interesting. HTTP method doesn't have that? What does it have? Oh, here. Oh, they're not all uppercase. There we go. Why did that work before? That should not have ever worked. Unwrap or else. Oh, it thinks it's a token stream. Close that. How do we debug this? Right, like this should have probably panicked, right? Not yet implemented. Good. Oh, here it is. Our token stream is literal stir. Yes, okay, it's just the stir. All right. And that's the args. It's token stream 2. Now, how do we parse this string? Parse route. Because I'm hoping that we can actually get a hold of that here, parse it out, create the data from it. It must be an attribute outer parser parse here. But why are args set up like so? I'm guessing they did this just because they don't have like a, they wanted to use parse 2, but didn't have this set up consistent across their API. All right, let's go look at attribute, parse outer, parse 2. Wait. Is that a sin thing? Yeah, it's attribute. Parse outer. What is name here? Parse outer. So that's like the outer pieces. If we did parse inner, it feels like I shouldn't have to do that. I mean, couldn't we just do sin parse on this? So like, oh, an attribute, you're here is sin parse, colon boom, attribute, args. Attribute. Oh, it didn't implement parse, did it? No, that's why we have parse args. Do we even need to do this? Because we know we have a token stream with a literal. I'm going to stare at these for a moment. Enums. Type. A literal stir. So we do it with this. We expect that to be a literal stir. It doesn't implement debug. So we should be able to get the value out of that later. Okay. Yeah, there's a map error with that again. Okay. It's going to be in the red. Oh, here we go. Attribute of value is foo bar bass. Great. Then we could parse this, create some little structure from that. And we do all this at compile time. So we're not parsing all these at runtime, saving just valuable milliseconds on the servers. Now, maybe at this point we could use that other crate. Oh, but what are we supposed to do here? Well, I want to create one of those at compile time with a fixed set of elements. So we'll avoid the parse, but can we avoid the allocations? We might be able to avoid the allocations if we use something like, what is it, TinyVec or something like that. What was it? Was it Crace.io? TinyVec? Helper to make an ArrayVec. Oh, could we use an array here instead? The types would have to be consistent, so we'd need some sort of enumeration. But it should be possible. I mean, we're missing a whole piece here, right? Like where we're wrapping this in another function, and the function knows some information and is able to compare. Arguably, at least we want the input to pass through. Okay, input. We need to generate some more code and add that to the output here. That's fine. But for a bit, we're going to be doing some debugging. And this could be quote equals something like so. Use quote, quote. That's an odd sequence in Dvorak. It really is. Ah, dot into. Okay. So that's the existing function, and we want to wrap that. How are we going to wrap that? Oh, well, we could like literally wrap it, but doing so would mean that they wouldn't have access to it if they wanted to test it. So we can't do that. We can put something next to it. We can have like a pub function and a foo bar, right? And toss that right next to it. That should be possible. Right, method stir. This is actually the HTTP. Okay. And what were we going to call this? There was a prefix in lib. Where was that? Route struct prefix. Static route info for blah. I don't like that. Let's say it's route wrapper for blah. Well, we could just have a struct. I'd rather just call the function. Maybe you can do all sorts of cool things in here. You can do like inline, always. Make sure we always inline that, etc., etc. Um, let's come up with something that we can create and have inside of this structure here. So we need some sort of ident here. Is there like a quote ident? Wow, quote tokens with context, with span, all sorts of stuff. Oh, that's right. We also need to let that function is equal to sin parse. I don't know what it's called. Put map error. Well, they weren't doing this. What were they doing? How'd they get the function name? It would have been off of input. Oh, they do. Item function. Okay, it's called an item function. And they return the function. Can we get its name? Sure, let's do the same thing. That's where method stir comes in. Oh, we had to do something special in quote. Yeah, you have to put a pound in front of it. That might actually compile. Oh, item function not found in. Is that in tokens? That's right there. Oh, only if it's built with a full feature. I thought full was default. Cargo, what features? Sin. No. Okay, now we have full. Good. Should exist now. Interesting. It's got sin twice. I wonder why. Okay, what do we have? Good. Okay. Foobar, redefine both places. That's fine because we did that on purpose. Yep. Good. Okay. Let's get rid of the error. So we need to create some sort of ident that we can have in there and concatenate. How do we concat in here? It's called paste. That's in other macros. Can you concat in here? Oh, you have to do it outside. That's right. Quote ident, format ident. There we go. And for this, it will be that underscore this, in which case we will have create, what was it? That followed by this current method name, which is what? We have a wrapped function here. Maybe we could get the name out of that. It's item. Oh, here. Signature. Ident. Oh, sig. Okay. Our wrapper name. This thing's actually going to call the other one. This here should be a wrapped function. We call it with something, right? That's going to fail because the types are going to be wrong there. Now, what is this actually expecting? This wrapper name. What type is this? This is going to receive probably a request and something that's been decomposed already, like the URL already decomposed. I sense a new presence among us. Yes, I did lose my glasses. Actually, they're inside. I'll get them after the stream. That's why I'm sitting further away so I can see it way out there. I'm muted, and thank you for that. I must have been muted for a long time. Huh. Thank you, Zach. All right, so we're going to have our wrapper name here. We're creating this wrapper function. So we pass this through. This will call that one. All right, we're ignoring the parameters for now. It's saying that the type is wrong, and we don't need that extra underscore. Okay. Okay, now that we got that extra underscore out of there. Oh, not expand. Cargo test, no capture. It should tell us that it's the wrong thing. Yeah, expected route. We'll get a function. Okay, so let's fix the other thing, because I think we do want to go with the functions here. Cogen routes. Say, this type. Oh, but how do you do this with a vector of functions? They would have to be boxed or something, right? Well, we could do the struct, because if we did the struct, it could be populated at compile time. That might actually work. Just have a whole bunch of routes, instances of route sitting out there, static. So if this wasn't a wrapped function like this, if it was some static foo that is of type route, I would just fill in the pieces there. Okay, has nothing in it currently. Static blah is this type equals route. You have to give it, for static things, you have to give it the type and the value. Expected struct route found a reference to route. Interesting. Consider removing the borrow. That would have been here. Let's see. Now, in this case, they're doing the from on this. We don't want to do the from. Because here they're doing the route. And then what do we end up with here? Quote span. We have this span into this where we have a type and a from. So this would be our route object. And we'd be calling from on this. Type is passed through there. And then path. In this case, what is path? Path is just the parsed path. Yeah, I don't know why it's borrowed. Yeah, process, that'll continue to fail, that last error. All right, so we have a vector of routes. Is there a way to do this where we don't have a vector? I guess it's could just have an array, couldn't we? They're all the same type. Found an array of 2 elements. Ooh, lovely. Okay. Can we get away with that? The reason I'm trying to optimize this because it's a little bit different from how Rocket works. Right? Rocket, they can do the allocations and everything when they start up. Our script though, it's WASM, it's running in Cloudflare, and it might get instantiated for every request. Right? Ideally it wouldn't, but hopefully like we save a little bit on startup time by trying to have these on the stack stamped out already. Avoid the heap allocation. Okay, let's see what this does. This is going to be just empty array. Size not known at compile time. Expected slice found array of 2 elements. So we have to know how many there are. And we should be able to do that. So I wanna return either how many here or pull that in. Like just do this in place, inline that. So if we inline that, because we're gonna need to know how many of these there are. Let's inline it. All right. Quote, yada yada. Let's see, in this case, this whole section, I mean, maybe we pass the paths in? Or we return a tuple. That's a use size, isn't it? Good. Okay. Wow. Starting to come together. Prefixed vec. It's not really a vector anymore. Let's rename that. Okay. Rename some of these. It's always fun writing code that writes code. It's been a while since I've done this, and I've forgotten so much. But I've hung on to a little bit. Okay. That looks okay. Do we have vec in here still? So let's come back over to the other side where we're creating these. And as long as these can live on the stack, we'll be good. Or on as long as they can be static. Goodness. So what are we going to put in here? We need to start parsing this value. You can see in the value here, we have it printed out. We need to split those. Okay, we'll split that. Create something that we can stuff into route. I think route's going to need to have a couple of pieces. It needs to have like each one of these is a certain kind. Like this is literal foo, and this is variable cux. So we'll need to have some sort of list of these things. Can we actually get away with this where we don't allocate here? Allocate's not the right word. Because we need some sort of list. Static init. That's not it. I mean, tinyvec. It's an array-backed vector-like data structure. It panics on overflow. So we could use an array-vec. Let's check that. So we could say that there's a maximum number of these things. So we have an array-vec for each one of these. And we could say the path has a max size of, let's say, 16 or something. Ooh, we might be able to use const generics. So we could have an array-vec. Specify the array type, then optionally give all the initial values you want to have. Okay. But what is the type of array-vec? It has a and a length. Oh, nice. Well, the type's always going to be the same. Oh, I like this. Okay. That means that the parts needs to use that cargo add tinyvec. Tinyvec Hold on. Oh, no default features. Perfect. What do we get if we enable that? It's not listed. All right. Leave that alone then. Looks like we're fine then. I'll say that the maximum number of route elements you can have is like 16. Okay. So then we have our segments. We could put the segments in here, right? In this case, we could use Lilybite. How you doing? TinyVec, ArrayVec. Was there an underscore? There is. I want to do something similar to this, where we know how many elements there are. You're doing your Twitch rounds, huh? Visiting your peoples. Yes, welcome. Yeah, I'm doing all right. We're currently working on what's up there, the proc macros for routes. I'm building out a serverless website maker. So it's in using Cloudflare workers, probably the durable objects, a bunch of other stuff. And we're currently in the process of making a router. Um, hopefully one that ends up doing most of the work at compile time. We're building WordPress. Does that help? This isn't literally WordPress, but we're making something like that. All right, so our type here, we need to know the type and then the number of elements. Oh, sorry, like that, then that type, which is going to be a segment, mimeograph parts segment, and the number. Is there a semicolon there? There is. How many are there? How many parts? Part count. And then we have the parts. Oh, that's inside of this. I don't even know if we can do this here. I think we can. That, let's see, unclosed delimiter. No, you're wrong. I just have an extra one. Okay. Now at this point, we need to start creating the different segments. That would be in here. So let's do segments there. And here, segment count and segments. Parse the URI path. Okay, so we're going to pass in URI path. We'll get two things out of it. Okay, that doesn't exist yet. Function parse. That's a little to do on that. Good. Should borrow that. Currently working on writing code that writes code. So this path here, what does this path need to be done? We need to look at the slashes in there. It needs to start with the slash and continue on. So let's say this is a result. Oops. I think we actually need the attribute here. It's a literal string, so we need that. Let's pass that in instead. Okay. Now that's going to return a result. And we're going to just bail on that. Trying to move these things to be close to each other. Let's say that goes down there. Okay. What if we don't have a length here? What if it's empty? What is our return error type? It's diagnostic. And what do we do with one of those? Level and message. What's a message in this case? T is into string. Span. There we go. So we could use the span from the literal string. Level and message. Okay. Span error. Oh, it's not bad. Okay. Now at this point, how do we get the given spans? So they want something that's multi-span. What is multi-span implemented on? A vector of spans or a slice of spans. So we could say path.span. And then the level. What is level? Proc macro level error. And then the message, right? A level, colon, colon. Oh, proc macro. Parse macro. All right. Otherwise, to do. Multi-spline is not satisfied. Span? Hmm. What does this return? Returns a span. Is it the wrong kind of span? Hmm. See, I thought that multi-span was implemented for this. Because if we look at multi-span, for slices. Oh, well, okay. So if we had that there, that's a multi-span. Still no? Oh, see the difference? 2 and no 2. There it is. I see it now. All right, this span is the wrong kind. creates proc macro 2. Macro 2. From span, but not into the other type of span. Does proc macro have a span? Because maybe we convert it to the other first. Let's see. We had item stir item proc macro. Literal. It does. Span doesn't implement multi-span. Multi-span's not in here. How do we convert a span to, a proc macro 2 span into a span? Oh, here. Unwrap. Oh. That makes sense because, what was it? In ext, where's, they had unstable here. What's unstable? I don't see unstable there either. What is this? Turns a span. Are they hiding the other one? Soft deprecated. Yeah, they, okay, so we should be using unwrap. There. There we go. So that works. It's a lot though. And what happens if in our test here, we have another one of these? Okay, that should fail. Oh, field is never read. Segments, yeah, that's fine. Routes must begin with a slash. Lovely. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, that worked. Let's put that in our tests. Web. What is this? Oh, that's something else. Cogen test UI. Compile file. Just copying some stuff over that it needs. Actually, it doesn't need a full main. It needs an empty main. And then the route, or the result. Probably all of that. Okay. Cargo test. Then we'll clean up some of the little errors. See, like this shouldn't be in here. Route. Get rid of these. What else? Okay, let's try it again. Field is never read. Parts. Look at that. Move it to there to accept it as correct. Move that to there. What? Oh, I have to do that inside of yay. Okay, so that one failed correctly. Good. Only got one test working. Yeah. We can get rid of this now. That's good. Okay. Not yet implemented. Where did we hit that? Probably in the to-do? Where was that? Was that in parts? No. Here. Yeah. All right, we're going to stop there for today. I've got to get on to day job stuff. We shall raid. Ooh, look, plenty of people today. Let's see what Chris has done. This one's new to me. And thank you all for hanging out. Made some good progress. It's starting to shake off the cobwebs for all that, all the, Made some good progress. Goodness, now I can hear myself. I don't want to hear myself. What is it? The, macros. Shaking off the cobwebs for the macros. So, till next time, y'all. Bye-bye.
Oh, very true.